Whoa, why am I so close? Mhm. Okay. Okay, can y'all hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. I don't know why my head is so big. It super zoomed in on my face for some reason. So that's okay. All right. So today, CSS, the beauty of it, right? The paint, all that good stuff. Questions about the homework or the other stuff we went over? Nothing. Let's see. Who I? That's not what I wanted. Okay. Okay. So we'll go over the what do you call it? But debug deal and the question deal like we did last week. last Saturday, and then I'll kind of build a quick little page, and then you guys get to take off and make your pages look real pretty. So let's go to our debug exercise. So I'm just going to grab this up here and just throw it in the VS Code. Just going to make a new, let's see, this is day 4. Okay. Make a new deal here.
We cannot see your screen, Brian.
Oh, what the heck? What happened to it? Let's see. Where'd you guys go? Zoom. Oh, it's because it's staring at me. Quit staring at me. Share. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yep, we're good now.
Sweet. Thank you. Okay, back to the code here. For fun, I'm gonna make an index.html, but I'm gonna do it from the command line. So right now I'm in my module 1 folder. That's what this whole thing is. So if I do an ls, I can see all the folders and files that are within that, which you're seeing over here on the left. ls just means list. So I want to go into my day 4 folder. Anybody remember how to do that?
CD,
Yep.
A4.
Yep, CD space, and then wherever you want to go. So day 4. So now you can see it says here I'm in my day 4 folder. If you forget where you are, you can do what? What's a command? You can figure out where you are. You can do PWD. What's P stand for? Present working directory. And it'll give you the path to where you are. Okay. PWD, reminds me of like a power up in like a video game. It'd be like PW something. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so now I'm in day 4 and there's nothing in here, right? Or there's only the README. If I ls, it just shows me the README, which we're seeing right here. So I want to create a file. How do I create a file?
Is it like touch?
Yep, touch, which is the weirdest thing. Like, why not do I don't know, create file. But anyway, touch and then the name of the file, right? So index.html. And then we can see on the side it created it. But if we didn't have the side, if we were like just in the terminal, we could do ls again. And then we can see, okay, cool. It's created in there. Okay. And that's just going to take practice of doing and yeah, like anything else. Cool. So let me get out of terminal land here. Way over there. Okay. And I'm just going to open up that. Hold on, I got so much stuff open. Okay. And open this guy up here. Okay, and I copied, I don't remember if I copied, let me see. Okay, broken code, let me copy this. And paste it. Oh, sorry, that's Windsurf. We're not using Windsurf, we're using VS Code. Okay. Cool, so now let's go ahead and just run this. So I'm just going to use my 5 server. So I'll just right click on the file and then do our open 5 server. And we get this beautiful page here. So back over here. So it asks us here, why doesn't the button turn red? So we're expecting something with the class, because it's the dot, right? Dot is class of the button to change to red, right? So color is the color of the text, right? It's not the color of the background or anything. It's just the color of the text. So that's kind of one hint. Maybe it's the wrong. Oh, I'm trying to remember from Wednesday. so we had selector and then something and then property, right? What was the thing on the left?
Was it value, property and value?
Oh, yeah, you're right. So it's property and then value. Cool. So yeah, so color would be our property, red would be our value. So again, this is for text only, so maybe that's our issue. So if we go down and look at that, the button, which is right here, I think that's the only button, right? Yep. So it has the class of button, so it should match up to this guy. But again, this is just color red. So if we look at it, so it tried to change the actual button to red, but obviously didn't do anything. So if we go back over here, and if we change this to background color, and help me out here, then maybe that changed it to red. Cool. So that changed to red. It's very ugly, but there it is. Okay. Okay, let's see. Why is input 250 pixels wide, not 200? Okay, so we have our width, and it is 200 pixels. So if we go down and look at our inputs, this is asking, I guess, just for all the inputs. So this input, let's see, is that class? Doesn't have a class or anything, so it's just looking at the actual input selectors, right? So this guy, so it's not overriding it or anything. Yeah, none of them are. Interesting. Just so you know, I don't look at these before we go over them right now, just so I can be fresh, you know. So I'm not hiding the answers. Okay, so let's look at use our debug tools. So again, you can to open your DevTools, right click and go to inspect, or you can hit F12 and see. And I'm going to slide this guy over a little bit. Go to our elements tab. And then if I hit this little arrow box guy, I can go into one of our inputs. And then if I drag up the bottom, so you see we're on the input here. We can see in here, we do in fact have width of 200. So that matches. But again, we're passing, or well, I guess that's our answer. We're just setting it to 200 instead of 250, right? So I was digging way too deep for that one. Because it doesn't change it anywhere else in here. So let's just change that to 250. And then we should be good. Yep. So now we can see it.
It's asking, sorry, it's asking why it's 250 instead of 2. So it's supposed to be 200.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Put that back.
I made the same mistake.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a tricky one. So then why, let me refresh, doesn't matter. Oh, I see. Okay. So if you look here, it's going to move when I move, but I'm going to point at my screen like you can see. You see where it says the purple little input there, and then it says 250 times 65.5. Everybody see that? Good. Okay. So I think that's what it's asking is why is that showing the full 250 even though we have it set to 200? So any ideas on why?
Is it the padding?
Yep, I think it's the padding, the margin, and the border. So if we scroll down to our box model down here, let me get this up. Yeah, so if we look at, we've got 200, and then we've got 20, and then we got 5, and then 0, right? And you got to think of both sides. So 20 and 20 is 40, and then 5 and 5 is 10. So 200 plus 40 plus 10, 250, right? Does that make sense? A little crazy. Okay. Yeah, tricky question there. But yeah, that does it. All right, let's see. And that's the only questions it had. Sure, there's probably other mistakes somewhere.
They said there were only two mistakes in the
Oh.
CSS,
Oh, okay.
but there were 4 HTML.
Okay. Let's go. Okay, gotcha. So 4 HTML bugs. Okay. Let's see what we figure out though. Let's look at it in the browser real quick. Slide this guy back over. Okay, so we can type. It's good. Box works, button clicks. So nothing immediately on here that looks wrong. Let's go to our code. Let's look at our, okay, so we have our HTML surrounding everything. And then we have our head and our head. And then our style is within it. We are missing some of the like metadata stuff, but it's not messing anything up. Okay, and then we got our body and our body. All right, here's our form. Ending our form down here. Label's good. Input's fine. Put name's email. Yeah, off the top, it looks fine. What did y'all find? Oh, I can't hear you. You were just very soft.
Okay, let's try this again. Can you hear me
Yeah.
now?
Yep.
Okay. On the input type for the email, shouldn't it be email instead of text?
It can be. It could be either way. It's obviously it's better to use email because then it's going to validate if it is an email or not. So yeah, we definitely do that. But
Okay.
it would work. It would work the other way as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if you go and you try to put in something that's not an email, then it should. Yeah, it'll give you this error and say, hey, it should be an email. And this is a good thing to remember about the types. Like if you did make everything text type, you don't get these like built-in validations. And it used to be that like that they didn't really do anything, so you'd have to build them with JavaScript and stuff. But there's a lot of power built into HTML and CSS that probably goes overlooked because once you get to developing, you're so used to doing things in JavaScript. So just something to think about. Anything else? Let's see. Text, email, checkbox.
Okay, under the form ID, the label shouldn't have equals name.
You mean in here?
Yes.
Like label equals name?
Yes. With
Uh,
the parentheses around name.
I don't think so. I've never seen it like that. You mean like that?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't. This is if it is, this is brand new to me. I've never seen anything like this. I don't know what it would do.
Okay.
You do want to give a name property like here to your inputs, so that way you can that's how you're going to reference them in JavaScript. So maybe that's something we should give like, and this is maybe this is kind of where you were going. We could do down here name equals name. So it'd be on the input, not on the label. That makes sense. And then I guess we could do one here. I'll just do name equals subscribe. Oop. Oh, our button needs a type of submit. Since it's in a form, like that's what's going to tell it to submit the form. Otherwise, it would just be, it has no sort of like on-click event to it. So this will tell it since it's in a form, it can submit. If we wanted to do it a different way and not use the actual forms functionality, you could add an on-click event in here. So you just do on-click. And then inside here, you could run a function from your JavaScript. Obviously, we're not there yet. And you should try to use the form as it's intended instead of doing that. But there are cases where you will just have on-click events and things. And you can do on-click events on anything, like a div, a paragraph, whatever. But that's more JavaScript stuff, so we'll get into that later. Okay, so if we say that the names were errors, then we would have 1, 2, and then if we say the type was, it'd be 3. Did we have another one before that? I can't remember. I think that was it. Okay, let's look at the thing and see what we missed. Okay, button says blue, not red. Oh, the form button. Okay. Okay, so it's saying that it wasn't the fact that this is background color. It was talking about this button. Well, I guess they're both going to button, but since this one has an ID on it, so ID of form, then it's going to be more direct to this than the class because IDs beat classes. And then it's talking about the button within the ID of form. So this is that descendant selector we kind of flew past. It's saying go to the ID of form and then find a button within that and then do whatever the change needs to be. And that's going to override this just plain class button because we have that ID in the first place. So if we're looking at this guy, it's not red because it says it's blue. So we would just change that to red. And then we could really just get rid of this because it's not going to see this anyway. So now we have the red in the text, which I guess the text we're trying to change anyway. So does that make sense? Cool. Okay. Okay, so yep, we got this one right. It was the padding in the border that we're giving it that 250. Oh, label for name. Okay, that's what you were talking about, Elizabeth. Yeah, so the reason behind that is right now these labels really they're not connected to their input. And this is a semantic kind of thing. So when it goes through, if it sees this for, and then we put name in here, it's going to look for an input with the name that matches what's in here. So then it knows that like that label is for that input. That's why it's for. So this name here, name, it's a lot of names going around. This name matches this name. And so then on this label, we would do for equals email. Not dmail, email. So this name email matches this email right here, right? And then that's the only labels we have. So again, that's just for the semantic screen reader coming through saying, oh, okay, I know what this label is connected to. Make sense? Cool. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we got. Input type email was one. Good job on that. And yeah, the reason because it won't validate the email address if it's just text. Checkbox label not clickable. Oh, I think I see. Let's see. Well, it's way over there. Okay. So I think you should be able to click here and have the check that it tick the checkbox. Right now you have to click in the box. So if we change it to a label, if we give it a label, I think that's what it's saying, right? Give it a label. Yeah, if we surround it with a label, it should make that word actually tick that box. So we'll do similar kind of what we did above. Go label. And then this is going to be 4 equals subscribe. Subscribe. And then, oh, about label. It's so helpful that it'll let you make up your own tags that don't work, or your own elements. So be aware of that. VS Code will be like, yeah, it's fine, just do it. Okay, so we'll surround the input in that label tag. Yep, and that should make it clickable now. Nope. What the heck? Oh, that's it. So it's acting like it's right there, but it's not there. Let's see. Type checkbox. Subscribe. That's what we got, isn't it? Wonder why it's so far away from it. Oh, I think it's because of this. I think this is pushing it away, even though with a checkbox you don't really see the whole like input thing. I think maybe that's pushing it away. But let's see. So we look at our guy here. Our label is just huge. Let's move this over here. Interesting. Okay, yeah, it's because it's giving it that width of 200. See how it went right up next to it now? Even though I still can't click it? No, I can't click it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So the input itself is 200 when it's given that width. And so that's why we could click over here to the right and it would check it. The subscribe is not within that. And I don't actually, now I think about it, I don't know if we can make it so you can click the subscribe. Let's see. Because it's within it, but it's not actually there. I won't actually. Can you give it place? Can you give it a placeholder? I don't know. Derek, you or Jonas can definitely jump in here if you want to.
No, you got it, Brian. It's all you, man.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I was going to say that. That's the only other thing I would add is just the placeholder text because it's the only thing that seems off to me.
Yeah. But yeah.
Another thing worth pointing out is this is pretty common to run into like weird bugs with CSS. So it's you're not crazy if you're like if you run into problems like this, like it happens to everyone, which is part of what makes styling so difficult.
Indeed. Okay, we can mess that later. The point being that, well, I don't know what the point being is. Let me see. It isn't inside or linked to the checkbox. Yeah, so it should be clickable. Definitely what it's saying. So we've got label, input type checkbox.
Oh, is it missing? It says not LinkedIn. Is it missing the name in the four?
No, I have it there.
Was it there? The four? Yeah, it was there.
Yeah.
Does it do it by ID? Possibly. Did you ever try that one?
No, but I mean it's saying
Because it should be name. Yeah.
let me ask my old buddy Bob on this one. Um, actually, let me give it what I got. I guess I better put subscribe back there. Subscribe. This is real dev work, in case y'all are wondering. This is what we do. Why is my label not really coming? Oh, there you go. It needs to match an ID, not name. So yep, you were right, Derek. Your ID subscribe. So in this case, the form itself is still going to use that name to get the value. So either true or false on this because it's a checkbox. But the ID would be for this here. So let's throw that in there.
Yep. I always get those mixed up every
Mhm.
time.
Yep. And let's go back here. And bam, there we go. Beautiful. Obviously, we'd probably change the styling so this isn't so far away. But that's good for now. Okay, what else do we got? And then the type submit on the button. Yep. Yeah. So you add that type submit if it's in a form, so that way it'll submit all that info with the natural or the built-in form functionality. All right, cool. Questions on that? Anybody want to quit yet? No? Good. JavaScript's much harder and much more fun. Don't worry. All right, let's do the read through. Okay, so we got this bit of CSS and a little bit of HTML. So what color is welcome? It's right here. What do y'all think?
Gray.
Gray? Let's see.
Wait, actually, no. Blue. I changed my mind. Blue.
Okay. So, uh, what do they say? Defend your point.
I think it's blue because it's in an H1 and in the CSS, H1 has color blue right next to it.
Okay. So we also have this class highlight, right? And it has background yellow. So if we're looking for just the color of blue, then yeah, I think you're right on that. Let's see, I don't want to check the answer yet. Okay, everybody close their eyes. I'm just kidding. Let's see. Okay, yep, got it. Very nice. Okay, what's the font size of welcome?
Since it's the main title, the hashtag main title says font size is 32 pixels.
Okay, yep. Looks good to me. All right. Does welcome have a yellow background?
Yes.
Yes. Why? Ooh, some's very sound like a robot. You're like
It does because for H1 highlight, a background is yellow.
so for the class here,
Hmm.
I think you're correct in your thinking, but I don't, excuse me. Typically it's background hyphen color. So unless there is, and there could be just a background property, then I think this would not work. So
Okay.
let me check the answers. Okay, it says yes, it does. So I guess background can be, which I guess we could just test that real quick, couldn't we? Let's go to our code. So if we give, I'm just gonna do an inline for, I'm just gonna make a box. Hello, I am a yellow box. So I just throw a style in there. And I do background yellow. Let's see. Yep, sure enough, works. Cool. Learn something new every day. All right. What else we got? What color is another title? Oh, still a robot there, Tron.
Because it's listed as an H1, wouldn't it also be blue?
Yep. Now, should they have done two H1s? Probably not. Probably should have went H2, blah, blah, but you know, what can you do? Okay, and then finally, does another paragraph have a yellow background?
Yes, because it has the class highlight listed in front of it.
So this P tag does, but this one
Okay,
does not. So yeah, don't think so.
no.
Yes, and that is a good point to remember. Classes, like, well, styles in general, if the parent has a style, it's going to be applied to the child and so on. But since these are siblings, like they're not within each other, then it wouldn't apply to that. Okay, let's make sure. Yep, no, it doesn't have the highlight class, and yep, H1 has the blue. Cool. All right. Form anatomy. What happens if someone enters not an email in the email field and clicks submit? So, yep.
It won't submit, it will throw up an error message
Yep.
because the input type is email instead of text.
Yep. Exactly. Good. And there are a ton of those. Well, as you can see, there's number, there's radio, checkbox, bunch of other text area. Well, text area is its own element. There's a bunch of them. Phone. Okay. Can someone enter age 18? Why or why not? So in the age field, can they enter 8 or 15? Sorry. Can someone enter 15?
No, the minimum says 18.
Yep, perfect. Okay. Can you select both free and pro at the same time?
No, because it's a radio button.
Perfect. Now there is what makes it so it's not just because it's a radio button. There's something specific that makes it so you can't. I think I gotta remember this one. Is it the I? No, it's not the ID.
Is it the name equals plan where there's two, one in each, to where
Yeah,
you can only click one?
I think so. I think that's what like puts them together. So if you wanted more radio buttons down the line for something else, that group would need to have the same name, I think. Let me look down here. Number 3. Yep. So you cannot select both because they have the same name plan. So, yeah. So if you had like gender, so you'd have male, female, and they would have the same name equals gender, and then below it you have like nationality, right? For radio buttons. Kind of weird, but you would only be able to select one of those, and then in their name would be like nationality in each one of those. So that's how you group them, is based on that name. Make sense? Cool. All right. Da-da-da. What data gets sent when the form submits? So list all the name values. We'll just walk through this. So we know that we've got user_email. So that's the data for that's going to submit. Then we got user age. Then we got plan. And then we got terms. So again, that's when the form submits the JavaScript, that's what we would use to actually get that information, is what's in the name. What's in the name? Okay. What's the difference between the two ways labels are connected to input in this form? Okay, so we know the for, we talked about that earlier. What's the other?
Is it the ID?
I think so. I think that's what it is. And this label is just not connected for some reason. But yeah, I think it's the for connects to the ID, right? Yep. Is that? Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Yep. So for ID pairing versus nesting input and side label. Okay. So nesting inside. Okay. So these two, they have the label on the outside. So the for is how it connects. This one at the bottom, the label is surrounding the input. So that's how you know it belongs to that, because it's surrounding it. So you can do either the for and have it on the outside, or you can just surround whatever's inside with that label element. The for, I think, is, and as it says, is much better, because it's more explicit. So you can see, oh, okay, these names match up or whatever. Make sense? All right. Number 3, okay. What color is product name?
That's going to be navy.
Navy, okay. Why?
The H2 and H2. That's what signifies
This one right
that.
here?
Yeah.
Cool. Yep. So this is going to say, look for the card class. And then within that card class, if you see any H2s, you're going to make them navy. So that's what we see there. So if this H2 was out of this div by itself, it would not be navy in this case, because it's not in that card class H2. All right. What color is description here?
Not specified.
Not specified. I like it. Yeah, so we have card class, but we don't have a card class paragraph, and just a single card class just gives us a border. not a color change, a text color change anyway. So yeah, I think not specified. Okay. What color is $29.99?
It is green, which is by the price class.
Yep. Or price class. To have, I don't know if this is very common. I've never done it, but to have a descendant selector card and then like to have two classes like that, like you could just put class by itself, right, on its own style line. So I'm not sure why you would do this, but maybe it's more common than I think. But because we have class price, you don't really need to say it's inside that card class as well. That makes sense? Cool. Okay. What does dot card H2 select versus dot card? So what is dot card space H2 select versus dot card dot H2? So for this first one, dot card space H2, that's going to be this guy right here, right? So we know that we're looking in the card class for an H2 element, and then we're going to style it. If we have dot card no space dot H2, then that would say, it'd be weird, but it would say the card class and then an H2 class, which you would never do. So the dot card dot H2 is not going to do anything because there's no, like you could technically name a class dot H2, but that'd be really weird. So this is likely a bug, likely a typo kind of thing. All right, let's see what they got to say. So they say dot card dot H2 elements with both classes card and H2. So it would have to have both classes if you want to do it that way. All right. Questions about any of that? All good? Cool. Okay, so get out of here. Questions about CSS in general before I start building some stuff? Yeah. Cool. All right. I could have picked a better picture of this guy, I think. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this. Heck. That awesome. And I'm going back to Claude so I can cheat a little. All right, I just wrote all that super speed. It was awesome. Okay. Okay, so here's my non-styled HTML only web page. It's beautiful. So, once you all get going, if you want to create a new project in GitHub and just to practice the flow, you're more, do it to it and let us know if you have any questions. If not, you can just continue on in your index.html you're using now. Okay, so what are the 3 ways we could use styling in the page?
Inline is one, and a separate CSS files the second one. Don't remember the third.
Yep. So inline would be directly in the element. A CSS style sheet would be a whole separate file. The third one is in the head. We can have a style tag. And this is the least common, at least as far as I know. We could do it just right here and do like H1, blah, blah, blah. So most common and best to use is a separate style sheet. Unless for some reason you just need to do something very specific, but even in that case, you could use an ID and use a style sheet. It's much more organized and a lot easier as your project grows to keep it in a style sheet. So we'll create a style sheet over here. And we'll do it in the terminal just for fun. All right, am I in the right place? Let's do a PWD. Okay, I am in my day 4, which is where I want to be. LS, just to make sure I don't have a style sheet. I don't. I'm going to do touch, style sheet. Well, nope, not style sheet. Styles.css. And then my LS, I can see it's there. Okay. So how do we use this style sheet inside of our HTML? We got to bring it in somehow. So in the head, we're going to use a link tag. And we're going to give it a relation of style sheet. And then is it href? I think it's href. The file. So because the file is in the same level, right, as my index.html, then I can just put the file name, or I can do / in the file name, and this just means in the same directory. If it was up a directory, so if it was like here, then I would have to do a .. You can see if I do that. See how now it's showing me all the day folders. So it's going up out of current folder into its parent folder, and it would look for it there. If it was inside of a folder, so if I had a styles folder in here and I wanted to go into it, then I would have to do nope. Oh, I just got a brain freeze. Oh, sorry. The name of the folder. Yep. So so if I had a folder called styles, and if it was in there, then I would have to do a /styles.css or whatever it is, like that. So I'd go into it, into the thing. But since we're on the same line, we can just do styles plural.css. That's a big thing as well. Make sure if the name is styles, you don't forget the S. Because a lot of times I'll name it like style instead for some reason because I forgot to take the extra S and it won't work and everything else. So make sure that's right. And then the first thing you want to do, oh, I have an error. I have a bug. Anyone see it? Trong, I think your microphone's messed up, man. Still sound like a robot. Just like wind.
It doesn't have the closing
Yep.
tag. Yeah.
Closing brackets. There we go. Okay. First thing you want to do before you start trying to style everything up is make sure this connection is there. Because you'll go to your style sheet and you're going to write all these wonderful styles and then nothing's going to change. And you're going to be like, you know, what the heck happened? So I always like to go in here and just do like body, background color, pink, right? Pink. And so that way, the whole background of the body should be pink if I'm connected. So I'll go to my guy over here. Oh, I guess I already got it pulled up. And I'll give it a little refresh. There we go. So we know it's connected. We know it's working. Now, will I leave that? No. But the reason that I had to refresh this time instead of it just taking the doing it on the fly is because I added a new file and it didn't know that. So you have to, if you add a file or take away a file, you've got to refresh because your live server won't pick that up. Just FYI. All right, cool. So I do not want that to be pink. We probably want to do the border box, yep, nope. Yes, border box reset at the beginning. Or box sizing, it's box sizing? I think it's box sizing. Oh, what was it? We did it the other day. Let me see, I think I got it over there. Border box. If y'all remember, definitely jump in. Box. Ah, here we go. Yeah, box sizing, border box. Okay. So we could do that on the body. So we'll do body, box sizing, border box. And that's going to be that reset so that all the browsers, different browsers will, their built-in stuff won't mess it up. They should all look the same out the gate, is the point. So if we look at this now, not much of a difference. I think maybe it got rid of a little bit of padding or something, but that's good. Okay. Now, let's see. Let's look at this again. So definitely probably want to like center align the name here, right? It's pretty ugly. This is the point where you just go through and figure out kind of what the styles you want it to look like, and then apply them. And then obviously as you're going and building it out, you're gonna figure all that out. So I'll just do this for just maybe like 7 minutes and then y'all can get after it. And this is also a good opportunity to use your dev tools. So we can come over here and we can highlight this guy. And we can say, okay, here in this element.style part, you can click into that and then just start styling it up. So I want to make my text center. So let's see if I do text align center. Cool. So now it's centered. I like that. It's pretty good. Huge warning / advice. Make sure you apply these styles in your CSS before you refresh this page. Because as soon as you refresh this page, this is gone. You got to start over. So many times I've done that and I'll be like, oh, I got it right where I want it. And then it's gone. So remember that. So cool. So that's, I want to text align. So I'm going to go ahead and jump back. Nope, not to my email. Over here. And this is my H1, probably my only H1. So I'm going to do H1 and text align and then center. Okay, cool. So now if I do refresh, it's still centered. Okay. I'm going to put a border around each one of these sections, just to kind of separate it. Caveat, I am not a design guy. Okay, so this is going to be hideous. Don't worry about it. Y'all will do way better. So, all right, let's see. So if I want to put a border around these guys, let's see what we got here. So it looks like the paragraph and the H2s are separate. So for now, I'm going to put a border around each of these paragraphs. Okay. So if I want to put a style around a bunch of different things, but it's going to be the same style, what could I use to do that? There's 3 main ways that we can target different things, right? You can do the element selector. So I could just do all the P tags. In this case, that would probably be fine because they're all, well, actually, no, it would not be fine. So if we look here, if I did a border around each of these P tags would have a border, not like the whole section right there, right? And so my idea is to put a border around like the whole section. And since each one of these is a P tag, doing just the P tags wouldn't accomplish what I'm trying to do. And we can just try that out and just see. So if we just did a p tag and did a border, so little caveat here as well. Borders, you can do either individual different styles of them. So like here you can see it's border radius, border bottom, border color, all this good stuff. And there's also shorthand that you can do. So if you just do border, get rid of that. You can say how big you want it to be. So I'm going to say 20 pixels. And then next to it, the type you want it to be. So I'm going to say like dashed. And there's a bunch of these dashed, solid, shadow, I think, some other things. And then the color you want it to be. So I'm going to say purple. And so this is just shorthand. I could have said border size, width, border width, 20 pixels, and then border style, dashed, and then border color, purple. So these three are the exact same thing as just doing this one right here. Okay. And there's a lot of these shorthands that you can do, and you'll learn as you go for a lot of different elements. So for now, I'm going to comment out this guy so that we have it just distinguished here. Okay, so now every paragraph should have a 20 pixel width border dashed that's purple. And they do, and it's hideous. So you can see that in each paragraph does within all of them. I'm going to make that not as hideous. Let's just do 2 pixels. Okay, that's not as bad. But, okay, so the idea though is for all 3 of these paragraphs to have a border around just all of them, not individually. So we can do that. So instead of just getting all the paragraphs, we can see in this H2, there's 3 paragraphs, right? So in each H2 has its own paragraphs. So we would need something surrounding the paragraphs. So I think we just need a little bit more HTML and it'll help us out. So if I just surround them in a div, I can take this div, put it down here, put it down here. Make it look pretty. Okay, so same kind of pattern all the way down. Oops. So as I'm going through this and like making my HTML page, I'll be thinking about stuff like this, right? Thinking about the stylings. And I probably wouldn't have just made H2s with a bunch of P's under it. I would have wrapped them in something, right? And this doesn't have to be a div. This could be section or whatever. Trying to think of a better one than section. But it could be a semantic tag instead of a div. And it doesn't have to be tabbed in like that. Like this is just fine. That's just about readability. Okay, let me add these real quick. Nope, go back. We're almost there. Okay, one more. Okay, now that they're all front-end divs, there should be no change in how it looks because the div isn't really doing anything right now. But if I look at them, I can see sometimes it's hard to get like that exact element, especially if it has nothing in it currently. But if we click here, we can see that the divs here, see how it's getting the whole section now on each part. So now we could style those divs to have that border that we wanted around everything else. So we can get rid of this p tag one, or we can change this to div, right? So this is going to say every div in the page have this border. Okay. So we can look. So now the border makes a little bit more sense, right? It's around that whole section. Y'all still tracking with me? Good. Okay. Now, are the odds that you're going to have other divs in here that you didn't want to put a border around? Probably, because div is very commonly used, especially once we get further down the road. So a better way to do that, instead of a div, is what? We just have a bunch of different sections. We want to apply a style to all of them.
You could use a class.
Yep. Use a class. So if I want to write the class, we'll call it, I don't know, section border class. That's a stupid name, but we'll use that. How would I just write section border class? Actually, I'm going to use hyphens. Border class. Would I just do that? All right, one second. Okay. I would need to add something here, right?
You would need to add a period there, and then in the HTML, you have to assign the class.
Perfect. So we'll add our dot there. So then section border class is going to be our class name. And so for each div that we want to have that border, we need to add class equals, and then that class name. There. Okay, and just for fun, I'm going to make an extra div below here that does not have that class. And I'm just going to say, whoa, okay. Okay. I do not have the class. Okay. Okay, cool. So looks the same way as it did with the div, right? But now you can see each div has this class. And if you look down here, you can see here's the class, right? So these styles are being applied based on this class. Okay. And then if we scroll down, you can see we have that final paragraph here for the div says I do not have that class. So the class is not surrounding it. Cool. Questions on that? Okay. I think y'all should be ready to roll then. Yeah. Go for it. Make your stuff look pretty. Or not, just style it. It doesn't have to look great. And yeah, we'll be hanging out. Reach out if you got questions. We'll probably at maybe 12:30, 12:45, we'll do kind of like we did last time and show our stuff off. Maybe probably closer to 1, but yeah, I'll jump back in here and check on y'all as we go, but go forth in style. just a friendly reminder, if you get stuck, please reach out. Let us help you get unstuck. Sitting there beating your brain is not gonna get you very far. All right, hello. My head's huge. I want to go over forms for just a minute, you guys. Share my screen again. Let's see. Share. Okay, everybody back with me? You good? Where my wheel went? So people go. Okay, cool. Let's see people now. All right. Okay, so forms. Once we get into JavaScript, you will see the you'll be able to retrieve the information that you're sending in the code, and you'll use the name attribute to do that. So something you can do in the meantime, in your form action, you can put the mail to, sort of like it's an input, and then just put an email address. It really doesn't matter which one. It's just going to pop up your email client, and you can see what's there. So for example, if I go back to my page here, and I have a form now at the bottom right here. And if I just put some info in here, so I like those. And then if I send this, my email client pops up, and we don't really care about this. What we care about is this line here. And you can see that it has the name attribute, and then it has a little ampersand. This is probably too small to see. Let's see. Can't make it any bigger. Right. Okay. And then it has the email, right? And then it has message. So if we look at our form, we have name of name, a name of email, and a name of message. So that's what it's pulling across for us. If I pull that back up, where my email went. Okay. So I'll enter this out so you can kind of see it better. So these are what we're getting back, or getting passed through because of that form. So on our JavaScript side, eventually we'll be able to say, hey, I want the information from that input that had the name of name, and then it would give us Brian, and then the name of email would give us this thing, and then the name of message. And that's all just based on the name that you're giving to the input or text area or whatever it is. So that's how that data flows, right? Data flow is obviously a big deal with what we're doing. So yeah, if you want to try that out yourself, again, in the action, you'll just put this little mail to with colon, and then I don't think this really matters what it is. It's going to open the thing. Like if I put Taco Bell here, probably will still work just fine. What was that? Course. Yeah, still gonna open the thing. So anyway, that's a neat little way to kind of see you can actually see the data flow at that point until we get to JavaScript. Another thing I wanted to mention or kind of show here. So if you see my form here, the form itself is not centered, right? Which everything else I've centered, so it probably should be. So if I look at the styling here, then I can see that my form, let's back it up. Form. Okay, so I have a paragraph surrounding each input. And if you see that here, the paragraph is 30% of the width. So that's going to be 30% of the width of its parent, and its parent is the form itself. So if you can imagine, this is roughly 30% of this whole thing, right? And then the label, or the input rather, I have a width of 90%. Okay. So my mind thinks, oh, okay, this input then should be like 90% of this section, right? Because that's what I told it to do. But it's not, because I gave its parent a width of 30%. So the child only, its reference is its parent, right? So if the parent is only 30%, then the child is only going to be 90% of that 30%. Okay. So if I wanted this to be all the way across, I would need to tell the parent, hey, I want you to be 100%. Right at 100%. Now it's all the way across, right? So now it is 100%. And then you notice that there's still a space. That's because the child is 90%, right? So the child now, which is this input, is taking up 90% of the whole thing, because that's what the parent is. So when you're looking at percentages, if you ever put like, okay, I want this to be 100%, and then it's not, look at the parent, see what's going on above or outside of wherever you're at, right? And so let's see. And this also you got, remember, you got to consider your padding and your margin too. Let's see. So if I did this 100% now, then you can see that 100 does nothing. That add your percentage. Then now it's 100% of it. So now the parent has 100% and the child has 100%. So it can go that full width. Am I losing anyone on that? A lot of math. Cool. Okay. Let's see, what else should we go over real quick? I guess the last thing I'll mention is in the form, normally in this action is where you're going to put, I don't want to get too far in the weeds on this yet, but it'll be either like a function that you're going to call in your JavaScript side, or depending on the method here, which we'll go over this later, I'm not going to get into right now, could depend on what it's going to do. So just know that the action is the action that the form is going to take once we get into the JavaScript side. But for now, this is a cool little way to kind of see what the data looks like. There's other ways as well. There's online tools. This is just a real quick down and dirty kind of way. Yeah. Jonas and Derek, got anything to add? Anything I'm missing for right now?
Has anyone cried yet?
Do I count? I'm just kidding.
You do count. Your tears are valid.
Yay.
No, I just want to point out again, styling is very difficult. It's very tedious. So is just your markup, just your HTML. The whole point of this, and the reason we're starting off with this, is so you all can grasp a pretty basic and fundamental understanding of like what it takes to write a program and like the importance of following the rules of syntax and all that fun stuff. But kind of like across the landscape of programming and with what software developers do, most of them are in agreement that styling is one of the hardest things to do. And what you'll learn here pretty soon is that there's other things we can do to make styling easier. But if you struggled with it and if it made your brain hurt, it's perfectly normal. You're not alone. It will get easier, but it will always be tedious. So there's a lot you can do with it. There's a lot of really cool things. There's a lot of cool programs you can write with just HTML and CSS. But if your head is spinning and if you kind of feel like banging your head up against the wall, it's totally normal. It's all a part of the process. But that's all I got.
Good. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So there's a running joke throughout programming that centering a div is one of the hardest things you'll ever do. So, and it's not like it's funny and kind of tongue in cheek, but at the same time, it's actually kind of true. So yeah, like Jonas said, it's not easy. And even with AI, like a lot of times now, we'll just say, hey, AI, build this thing or whatever. And it will basically style everything the same. It'll look good, but it's going to look just like if Jonas said, hey, build this thing. They're all going to look, because it's all just looking at things that are popular in its data set. So to actually create things that are unique and look good and all that stuff I'd much rather be in the back end coding some random thing than doing that, because it's not easy.
Only other thing I'll add is that CSS is one way which you can see is probably the best example of how things can be built differently by everyone, and you can still achieve the same result. Like one of the first examples that Brian showed us was how you can use shorthand CSS to make something like an element do what you want it to do, or you could break it up. I think the example he used were borders, where we just inserted the style, the color, and like the pixel width. How you could break that up into 3 separate, like different lines of CSS, or just do one straight across. You'll see a lot of that, but that's just kind of like an entry into seeing like how you can build a program to do one thing and someone else can build it another way, and yet you all still achieve the same result. CSS has plenty of use cases for that.
Yep, absolutely. And I think I mentioned this last week. CSS it's grown a lot in the last couple of years, and a lot of functionality is now kind of built into it that we used to only be able to do in JavaScript. So if you want to deep dive into CSS, like there's a lot you can do. Yeah. Anybody want to show off what they got so far? No? See some laughter?
Can you hear me okay on this one?
Yeah, sound great.
Okay. I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
For whatever reason, my photos aren't populating in here. I put it in the same subfolder as where the project lays, but it just won't display. Number one, I'm not
Okay.
sure what I'm doing wrong. Should I
Can
be
you
copying the paste? I mean, copying the path and then putting it in there instead?
can you share your screen today?
How do I do that?
Let me unshare mine real quick here. Is mine not unsharing? So in the
Oh,
middle,
okay, I see it.
do you see it? Okay.
Did I do that right?
Yeah, you did it right. Let me hit allow.
I don't know which screen it's gonna share though. Is it sharing?
Why is mine not unsharing? I want to not.
There you go.
Oh, nope. The heck? Oh, here we go. Stop sharing. Okay. X out. Okay. Are you sharing?
Yeah, are you seeing? It says you are sharing. It does show the screen that I'm sharing.
Yes. Yep. There you are. Got it. Okay.
So
So yeah, go ahead.
obviously, it's not. I'm just randomly throwing stuff in boxes just to, it's not trying to be pretty. I want to make
Yeah.
sure I'm doing it right. But see, my photos are not showing up here,
Okay.
and so I felt like I did it right here
Um, is that an equal sign next to source or a dash? I can't tell.
next to. It's equal.
It is okay. It's kind of small. Let's see. So okay, so your images are inside an images folder. So you need to
Uh-huh.
tell it to go into the folder first and then the image. So yeah, do a dot slash and then images. See down there at the bottom? Yep.
Okay.
And then it
Got
added
it.
a slash. Yep. There you go. So since your index.html is on the same level as the images folder, then you've got to go inside there to get to those images.
Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So I need to fix that obviously. And then my other question was inside my box, code here, is there a way for me to, instead of messing with the pixels where it auto tries to wrap whatever content in there with the borders to be even without me having to keep playing with the pixels? Does that make sense?
Can you show me what you're talking about?
So let's just say, okay, this image was in here, right? I want to wrap this box where that image is in there perfectly fine and the text,
Hmm.
without having to go in here and manually say, 1,350, and then, like I'm I'm gonna have to keep going back and playing with it. Is there a way to auto wrap it based on the content that's in there?
So I think percentages is probably what you're looking for. So is that's the obviously that's the style of the box, not the image itself. Do you know, do you want the image to be inside of the box? That's the goal.
Yes.
Okay. Does your image have width or anything on it?
No.
Okay, so I
So
would,
just adjust it here.
yeah, so do width. And then you can do like, do 100%. Do equals,
Okay.
yeah. Can you do
Is
percent?
that right?
Maybe. Yeah, try to throw a percentage in there and see.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, you
Yep,
should be
that
able to do
works.
percent.
Okay. Yeah, throw a percentage in there and see if that changes it. Like,
It
well,
also
good.
accepts auto.
Auto here.
Yeah, the word auto. So
Okay, got it.
Good one.
Okay, I see. I can play with it either way. Okay.
Yeah, but I think since your info box is the parent of that image,
mhm.
then you should be able to just say, well, but you just did it and it went outside of it. But if you did 100%, it should stay in the box. But I think maybe
Yeah,
because
because
the
it
actual
didn't stay in
style.
the box.
Yeah.
It's because he did
I did
100% on the image, so it's gonna take 100% of the uh I think it's gonna take 100% of the parent element.
Yeah, but it went outside of the parent element.
Oh, the image did?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I did this,
Oh yeah, the image did.
You got to put your uh other quote in there.
oh, sorry.
The info box.
Oh, no, it did stay in there. I mean, it stayed in there width wise. So see, it did take up
Oh,
100%.
the width. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you just, your height is, so if you do height 100%.
Yeah, because I think, if I remember correctly, like the image might try to like keep the same scale, like if you adjust the
Yeah.
width but not the height, so it'll probably auto set the height.
Right, exactly. Yep. But you
But
do
it
see
looks like
now
it's
that it
just the
is,
photo.
yeah, because it's not the same, like they're saying the same, like, what's it called? Not ratio, but
The scale, I
yeah.
think, yeah.
But it is accomplishing your goal of staying inside your box. So now you can just adjust
I
your
see.
box and then,
I have to adjust my box.
yeah.
And you're saying to adjust my box here by percentages?
No,
You,
so
oh,
you
sorry.
could, you could, you could, but then it's going to be the percentage of whatever the parent is, which I think in this case would be the whole body. So if you wanted the box to be like 80% of the body, you could do that. And really, this is just, it's playing with it until it looks cool.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. Okay. I didn't know if there was a way to like, because of all the text that's in there plus the image, where it just, I can type something where it auto centers everything and keep everything inside the box. But you're saying that's not really a way?
So if you use the auto, so the auto is gonna it's gonna make it the size of all the content. So if it has, like, you have that div with children in it, it's gonna make it the size of all those children, like to contain all those children. So for the info box, if you put the height
Oh, here?
and width as auto,
Ah,
Look,
okay.
back in your CSS.
Oh,
So the
yeah.
way you're doing it there, you can only do that on like an image inline.
okay. So
Yeah,
put it
Change it
inside
to,
here.
yeah, the
yeah, make that
auto.
higher. I
And
think you're,
Okay.
the
uh,
semicolon.
yeah,
Ah, okay. So then, okay. So I just adjust my image size and then, okay. I got it now. I got it.
yeah. And you were
That
missed a
makes sense.
semicolon in your CSS.
Oh,
You see how it's red up top? In where it says style.css at the very top?
uh-huh.
That means it's mad.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, got it. Okay, I think I got it. So then I just need to adjust the photo size now to make it smaller.
Yep.
Okay.
A lot of CSS is, when you first starting out, a lot of it's gonna be um brute forcing a lot of things, having to change a lot of things as you go until you get used to all the quirks, because there's a lot of quirks to CSS that you got to get used to. So
Yep. Yeah,
Okay,
definitely.
got
And
it.
I mean, even now I still do that. But yeah, if you go to your page and use your dev tools, then you'll be able to really mess with it and then figure out what you want it to look like.
You mean here?
Yep. Yeah. So just right click and go to inspect at the bottom there. And then in here,
Okay, got it.
it's your elements. So you can see, scroll up a little bit. So, go up to the top where that little pointer is, the little arrow with the box, very top left.
Of this?
Yep. Click that. And then hover over something, an image. No, in your page. Yeah,
Oh,
there you go.
okay.
So you can see it's lining up to where that image thing is. And now the styles at the bottom there are what is in that image. So that's your height and stuff. So you could start messing with that and you're gonna see it move as you do it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
click where the 100% is.
So I can adjust it here.
Yeah. Should be able to.
Try 80% for the width and auto for the height. I'm just curious what that would do.
It's not letting me type on here.
So just go to the element style above it, where it says element style, just above it, and just do it right there. So just type width, and then 80%. You can hit tab or enter. Now hit enter. There you go. Do 80%. There you go. And then hit enter. And then if you there you go. Then you can do height. Auto.
Do auto, you said?
Yep.
It didn't do what I expected. Well, actually, kind of did.
And that is
Okay.
CSS for you. It never does what you expect it to do.
Yep.
Actually, do with auto again.
With auto?
Yeah.
So make sure you're on your image though. So go up to, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Oh, that's still the div. You can just click down if you just click where the actual image tag is on the right. Yep, just click
Oh,
that.
here?
Yep, there you go.
Okay. See, so this box, I wanted it to, you see, like I was curious if it could auto adjust to have the same margin on this side.
So you want it centered?
Yes.
Yeah, so just do you can do text align center, I think, even though it's not text.
Here?
Yeah, just make you another little row there. There you go. Oh,
If I can type here.
yeah, you good. Okay, that did not work. So go to the div above it.
Are you trying to center everything?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
I think that's the
well,
goal.
we're trying to anyways.
Do margin dash left auto and margin right auto. Or try it.
I think you said margin left auto also.
Both of them, yeah.
And then yeah.
Okay. I mean, I know how to kind of play with it now. I'll just have to just mess with it some more.
Yeah. And if you get to a point where you've done a bunch of styling and you're like, I don't like any of this, just refresh the page and it'll go back to how you had it before.
Okay.
Oh, just to be clear, when you edit like this within the browser, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, that does not get saved or updated in your source code, right?
100%. Yep. Yeah. Once you refresh, it's gone. So if you liked it, you need to come over here to your code and put it in your code.
I see. Okay. So
to
this
get-
is just adjusting it here.
Exactly. Yeah.
For me to get everything to center, I put the margin left and margin right auto in the body, in the CSS.
Oh, so you're doing the whole page. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. That makes sense.
And one of the things you can do, like if you're checking, like especially if you're trying to get stuff centered, like margin auto and all that stuff, you can put borders, like temporary borders around your elements to see what space they're taking up. Because sometimes they're taking up much more space than you think. Because like how Brian did with the text center, sometimes like text is left aligned. So it'll look like it's just taking up the space that the text you see, but sometimes it could be taken up full width and the rest of that's just empty space. So you can use like a border to see how much space an element is actually taking up so you can have a better idea of it.
Yep. And a good way, a fun way to do that is if you do the asterisk in your CSS. So that's like all, right? And then you put border in there, it's going to put a border around everything. So every single little element's going to have its own little border.
You see the asterisk up here and then
Yeah.
border?
Yeah, so hit enter a couple times. and then go to the top and put the asterisk. And then, well, we just like the rest of your elements, you have to put the curly brackets.
Oh, okay, got it. So border.
So get rid of border.
Oh.
There you go. And then just put curly brackets there, like it's showing you. There you go. And then yeah, just put border colon. And then just like 1 pixel solid purple or something like that. Get rid of the semicolon because you're gonna do it in line right there. There you go. Those solution. Okay, there you go. And then that should make your page beautiful. There you go. So now everything has a box, which obviously is a lot here. But it kind of gives you that idea.
Would that be a good place to do like fonts, maybe? Like if you want everything to have the same font?
Yep.
All right, let me go back and mess with mine.
Sounds good. Thanks for guinea pigging it. Anybody else want to show some stuff?
Either you volunteer or we pick you. Whenever you hear me say, we don't want you to be precious about your code, this is one reason why. If this is something that you all feel like you want to do professionally for a living and make money off of it, there's going to come a point in time where you're going to have to show off your projects, where you're going to have to show off your code, and you're going to kind of have to lean into the fact that both your code and your websites could be bad. And that's totally fine. Right now, at this given point in time, you are writing the worst code you'll ever write. It's only going to get better from here. And the sooner you get over the fear of showing off just how bad you are, the better it'll work out for you in the long run. So whenever I say, let's not be precious about our code, this is what I mean. Not trying to be mean about it, not trying to be ugly, just trying to help you get over the fear of showcasing what you've built, because at a point in time, you're going to have to do that.
I suppose I'll go.
Nice.
Appreciate that, Wayne.
No problem. Which okay, 2. Okay, hold on. Gotta grant permission, I guess, real quick. Okay, may not be able to. Okay, it's telling me that it won't be able to record until I quit and reopen.
Oh
You want
yeah.
me to do that real fast?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay.
And while we're waiting on Wayne, one other thing I'll point out too is if you ever go to like any of Techlahoma does a lot of meetups, and we give people the opportunity to like show off their projects. If you ever go to one of those, you'll often see that like people are showing off like really goofy things that they built. And the kind of the trick behind that is your code and your ideas are probably going to be bad. So you might as well lean into it by building something extremely silly.
I'm back. Am I okay? Sharing, and then let's see.
CSS.
Okay. So this is mine. Started it again from scratch. So just put a few different things in there and kind of just tried to section everything off was like really my goal. And then add a picture and try to get all of that stuff. I want to have like a little card on the right side. Just my interpretation of Wikipedia. And let's see. So this is my code. Let's see. We'll go to HTML. It's pretty simple. The main thing that I had to figure out was how to divide everything up. And once I figured out like kind of the order on how I wanted to do it and how to use, sections, it was pretty easy to make some CSS that would just like affect it. I just want to block off everything based on section. And so, and here's my CSS. And I kind of did use a little bit of AI to just like kind of make it a little bit easier. But for the most part, I definitely piecemealed it and did probably 80% of it myself. So I guess any questions on it, or I don't know.
That looks good. Yeah, good use of section. So each one of those sections gets that styling that you have there for section, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it. Down at the bottom, you've got profile card image. So you go
Mhm.
from descendant selection, descendant. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So image
Yeah.
being a descendant of the profile card class, and then UL and
Mhm.
LI.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, good.
So yeah. And yeah, just put the photo in there. I had some issues with that at first as well. Really just because of like it was I think I had like a typo or something. So once I just figured out like, you know what, instead of typing it out, I'm just going to go over here and then copy relative path. And then it worked
Okay.
right after that. So that is pretty much super simple. And then and after I got this part done, I just really started playing around with like um just things like color, and I changed the font just out of fun, which I thought was pretty cool. Go to CSS. So one thing I thought was pretty cool, I'll just go to this one, is oh, if I did font family, then uh, I like the fact that I could just like kind of pick.
Yeah.
So I didn't really have to know a whole lot as far as like what fonts I wanted. I just decided I wanted to do like sans serif or serif fonts just to be different. But that was another thing that the oh, we'll just tap that.
It'd be really
Yeah.
cool if in the picker, like they had the words in the font that they are. That'd be super cool.
Oh, that would be nice.
But yeah, maybe
So
something you need to build.
I just want to point something out real quick, Wayne, if you don't mind going back to that font line in particular.
Hmm.
Can does anyone know why there's multiple fonts listed there?
I do. Because
Why?
different browsers have different font packages. So just in case it doesn't have Georgia, then the next thing in line is going to be um, Times New Roman. And if it doesn't have Times New Roman, then maybe it has Times. And if it doesn't have Times, serif is just like there's really two main types of fonts. There's serif and sans serif. And so since I wanted a serif, which is basically the little feet or whatever on the letters, then it's just going to do something in that large family or grouping. So it's like a almost like a triage, like it goes to the most specific thing if it has it, and if it doesn't, it goes to the next. And then it goes to the next until at the very end, everything is going to have something with serifs on it and something without them.
Perfect. So yeah, we can list the multiple options as a fallback option in case one of the fonts isn't supported by whatever browser your end user is using to view your website. You can take that idea and apply it to other parts of CSS as well. But yeah, those are fallback states. Well, very good job explaining that, Wayne.
Thank you. Do you want me to end my share now?
Yeah, all good. Thank you.
Actually, stop share.
Jonas was talking about meetups and stuff a minute ago. I just posted in the group. There's actually a meetup right after class. So if you're in the city, it's a hardware makerspace tour. One of our old school members, Loki or Lawrence, he's been trying to get a makerspace going for a long time, and they finally did. And it's going to be like today's the grand opening of it. So if you got nothing to do after class, you can check it out. I'll be there for a little bit. Okay, back to class stuff. Anyone do the form yet?
I did. I just pretty much copied what you did.
Okay.
I did, but I put mine on a separate page.
Okay.
I have as well, but it's horribly ugly. I've not
Okay.
tidied it up yet.
That's okay.
We love
Elizabeth?
horribly ugly.
Yes. Elizabeth, you want to show yours off?
What did you say?
Oh, Elizabeth. I don't know if she heard me.
I did, but it's making me, it says I have to quit and reopen my Zoom
Okay.
to share.
All right. We'll wait. Yeah, anytime that's the first time you're sharing, it does that. For your own protection, I suppose. There we go. Very nice. You are muted if you're talking to us.
I was, but it wasn't letting me see what I was doing here. This is my main page that has all of my boxes, and there is the contact form here at the end. And then if you type into it, the only issue I'm coming up with is that I can't get it to pull up the email like you did in yours.
Okay.
And it just goes to a web page.
Okay.
Normally it would go to the thank you if it sends correctly, but I haven't figured that part out.
Okay. Let's see your contact HTML page.
This is what I'm working on right now.
HTML2. Yeah, it looks like it should be working. And then where's so when you hit send message,
I attempted to have it do a pop-up to the thank you page
okay.
where it says your message has been received,
Mhm.
but I'm not sure if I need to add something to get my email, like it's to send the email to, I think I put it in this.
I noticed that none of your pages are saved.
Okay.
Did you want to turn on the autosave, or did you like having them?
I need to turn on autosave.
If you go to file at the very top, yeah, and go down to autosave. Keep going. There you go.
Okay. This is where I put the form action here.
Yep.
But it just goes to a white page after I fill in everything and hit send message instead of
Yeah, try it again. See if maybe it just wasn't saved because it looks correct. It should work. Okay. Inspect element right there. So
this
just
one.
no, just right click and go to inspect. Or two
It's
finger
not.
click if you're on a Mac.
It might not be working because you're using, it looks like you're using the live preview extension within VS Code. Is that right?
Okay, yes. So I need to open it in a separate page.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, I just killed that thing. Yeah, I think it's got to be in a browser.
Okay, let me. Okay. And I don't have my inbox set up yet because this is a brand new MacBook, so
Okay. Yeah. Very nice.
that would
Okay,
be why.
cool. And then it doesn't go to your other page yet?
Not
Right?
yet.
Okay. So
Let me here. Oh, go down. This is all I have so far for the thank you page.
mhm.
This is what it should look like.
So I think let's go back to the contact.html. So normally what you would do is the action would trigger a function in your JavaScript, and then there you could then redirect to your page.
Okay.
Doing it this way, I'm wondering, oh no. I wonder if you do, there's got to be a way. Let me ask Claude. Let's see. How can I redirect functions? Oh, it just said without JavaScript. Okay, so you can just do, instead of the mail to, you could do a slash and then your new page in the action.
Okay.
But it'd be nice to have both, obviously.
Right. Is it dot slash?
No, just slash because it's a like the actual new page. Dot slash might work though, but you can just put the thank you.html because it's on the same level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that might work.
Oh, I need to go do the live one. Pull it up again.
Well, it says you cannot do both, one or the other.
Okay.
But I mean, really, I was trying to go to your form slash.
That's what it's doing. Okay. So
Just put a slash in front of the page. And try that out. But yeah, so the mail thing was obviously just so we could see it. You wouldn't do that in real life. So this would be
okay.
more likely.
Thank you.
Yeah, just do thank you instead of the HTML bit.
Okay.
Let's see if that changes it. Well, no, he's got h.html on there, so that should work. It is. So we're going from, okay, contact form is inside your forms, or contacts inside your forms folder. Right, so it's not on the same
Yes.
line as that one. So we'll need to go up
Right.
into forms and then down to thank you.
Got it. Got it.
So this you will do dot slash or dot slash to go up one. And then, yeah, thank you to HTML. Yeah, that should work.
Okay.
Well, why didn't work?
Forms needs to be in there, right?
Well, if you're
I can
coming,
always move this into the forms page.
well, it should work though, because if we're coming out of contact and then into thank you, it should just be dot dots. Yeah, delete everything in the action. Let's just start over. Yeah, just that, yeah. And then do dot slash. And then, yeah, you should just, yeah, it should go right to there.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Let's see if I can get back here.
Hit the back button real quick. It's in forms. Just replace contact in the URL with thank you.
Do I need to take forms out?
Just leave it for now. This is wrong, but I just want to see if it'll actually do anything. Okay, so can't get there. Yeah, now take forms out. Okay. Okay, so that's where we want to be, which is where it was saying we were going, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird. Post reader doesn't show page.
Does it need to be, instead of method post, submit?
No. Should work
Okay.
post.
What about if we change it to a get? I think, right? The post to a get.
You could try it. Claude's saying the
'Cause
post work though.
Yeah, the post is supposed to work, but
Let's see. Make a just make a random anchor tag just somewhere outside of the form. And let's see if we click it. Make it outside of the form though. Just above it or something.
Like above it?
Yeah. And make sure you get rid of that closing anchor tag there.
Yes.
And yeah, just throw an href in there for the thank you.html. Dot slash thank you.html. That have to be inside your opening tag. or your opening bracket rather.
It isn't, right? Or does it need to be in the form action?
No, you're good. Just inside
Okay.
the beginning A, the href has to be inside of there, like it's showing you right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But we don't want index. We want // thank you.
.html.
Oh, come on. Does it need to say thank you page?
Yeah, something to click on. Yeah.
And add a closing quotation mark to the end of your thank you.html.
Yes. Okay. Let me grab this guy. No. Okay, we've gone to home. Contact.
So just click on the thank you page thing. Don't worry about the form right now.
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
it goes to
So
it.
it works. It's just being weird. I don't know why.
It is
And
being weird.
so Claude said it could be a timing issue, that perhaps the submission of the form is happening before it redirects.
Okay.
Yeah, normally like you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't put a URL in action. Again, it would be a JavaScript like a function or a submit or something. So
Right.
probably
Okay.
why it's not working.
Okay.
You could, since we're really not sending the form anywhere anyway, just instead of type submit on the button, you could add you could really just make it an A tag and just style it like a button, and then
Okay.
it would go to the new form. Or
Okay.
not the new form, the new page.
Okay, I can do that.
Cool. Well, looks good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So normally when you have a form like that and someone was to submit it, does that go into some sort of database like SQL or something? How does it store that information?
So do you remember on day one when I was talking about front end client, back end server, and then database?
Yes.
So we're on the very front of that on the client right now. So currently it goes nowhere, right? Once we start in JavaScript, then we're going to see, let me show you all my pretty face here. Okay. Then we're going to see that we're going to get that data on Java in our JavaScript, right? This is still on our front end, just in our JavaScript code. And so once we get in our JavaScript code, then we got to decide what we want to do with it. So is it data we need to store in the database? Do we need to just maybe do a quick calculation because it's a cart and we just need to tell them how much, their cart is or whatever? If it does need to go in the database, then we got to send it back to our server, where our server may need to do some processing with it, make sure it's, not like what's the word? It's not like a hacker or something is trying to inject bad things in or whatever. And then once that's all good, then we would send it to our database and store it in our database. And then come back to the front end and say, hey, we successfully stored it or whatever it is. So that's the flow of it.
So then since we don't have, let's just say, a cloud-based database, in this scenario, when we do we build a subfolder inside our computer? Then it just sends that info into that folder? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah. So we'll see when we start JavaScript, we'll see that we're going to use kind of a fake, quote unquote, fake database. And it'll just be, not to get too deep, but it'll basically be a variable in our JavaScript that just kind of holds it. It's like a little bucket you can think of. And then
Okay.
as we get further down and we start talking about servers and we start talking about databases, we'll move that along to where it actually needs to go.
Okay, got it.
Yep. And there is a database called SQLite, SQLite, SQLite. And that is just a file that basically has just the data on the lines, right? So it'll be like, name and then have your name or whatever. It's a very small database that you can store directly on your machine. And then of course you can go all the way back to where you have giant data lakes and data warehouses and all these things stored on the cloud and everything else. So yeah, definitely can start very small and get really, really big. Yep. Right. Laura, you want to show what you got?
Sure. Okay.
Ooh, look at that. Got a fish.
I have been fighting quite a bit with images as well. In that I was, make it to my style sheet here. Trying to make trying to mess around with the opacity of the images and I cannot seem to get this to work. I don't know why, which is why I had to throw up these white boxes because I couldn't read what I was trying to say. But that was probably the thing that I've spent the most time fighting with. My form is not functional. I just threw that up like a little bit ago. Just and I don't really think I mean, it's just clearly not done. But like I said, I've gotten sort of carried away with the design aspect and have gotten hung up on the opacity, like I was mentioning.
Okay, so it looks like you're trying to make the background image opacity.
Mhm. Yes, yes.
Can you do? I don't know if you can do an image. It doesn't do anything, right? When you change
It
it.
doesn't do anything at all. And I looked on Google to see like is there a way to do it, and it was kind of like some of them were like you have to do this workaround, and I didn't understand the workaround, and then someone else said yes, you can do it, try this, and it's not doing it. So it may be something that's more complicated than what I can deal with right now, but
Actually, so no, line 6 background image.
uh-huh.
Like there's not a selector called background image.
Okay.
So
All right.
does your image in your
What did I just
HTML,
do?
you closed it up.
Oh, okay.
Just click that little arrow. There you go.
Okay.
Go to your HTML real quick.
Okay.
Let's see. Your image is where?
And I don't have this in my in here because I was building it off of the coffee menu homework,
Okay.
and sort of following along on that, and that's not in the HTML either. So I thought, well, maybe it doesn't have to be if it's a background thing, but
The background image is not in the HTML?
yeah, not in the build a coffee menu homework. Like it has you throw a background image of coffee beans or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, that's cool. So I, sort of filed that idea away. And but yeah, in that and I copied, let me see here, the code for myself so I could kind of remember. Okay. Let's see. This was the cafe menu assignment. And like there's no thing. There's a thing for the icons, but nothing in there about the background image. So I don't know where the heck that must go.
Okay. Let's see. You have the CSS, right?
Yes.
For that you were just looking at.
Okay. Okay, so here's the CSS.
Yeah, it's right there. See where it says body background image?
Yes. Okay.
That's the beans. So that's another way you can bring in an image is through CSS like this, as opposed to just putting it directly in your stuff. The problem though is that I don't think you can then style that, right? Because it's
Okay.
not there. Um,
Okay.
I'm thinking, so yeah, either bring the image in directly, which you can use the URL to bring it in an image tag.
Okay.
Or if you could do an overlay like of the background
Hmm.
and then adjust that to maybe have this style that you're kind of looking for.
Okay.
Because the problem is if you get rid of the white, then you can't read your text, right?
Right, right.
So if you need to make it right, I don't know, a little lighter, I guess, maybe, or darker. But yeah, first thing I would try is I'd try to bring in the image in an image tag. Because
Okay.
the background image on line 6, like that's not a selector. So that's not going to do anything, right?
Right.
So you could give it a hashtag and then give your image the ID of background image and then, adjust the styling that way.
Okay. Okay. So will you say that again?
Yeah.
And I would need to do this in the HTML, right?
Yeah, we can walk
Okay.
through it.
Okay.
Yeah, so the where is this background image at on yours?
So yeah, it's right, it's this one right here. No, it isn't. It's this one right here.
Okay. So yeah, just add it in the body. Yeah, background images are fun.
Oops.
No, you're good. No, it's good to have. Yeah, just do an image tag at the top, like right above your header, below the body
Okay.
tag. Yeah, just do an image there, and then yeah, give it the source of what you need there. The Garibaldi.
Okay.
Okay, and then yeah, close that, and then go back to your CSS real quick, and just comment out all of that, the line 6 through 9,
Okay.
and you just highlight it all and do Control Shift, I think. If you do it, do it. Yeah, just get rid of that and just do it all at once.
Okay.
It'll be easier.
Okay.
Yeah, highlight
oh,
line 9 through line 6. There you go. And then yeah, I think
Okay.
it's Control question mark or Command question mark if you're on a Mac, I think. There you go.
Okay.
I don't know why it's mad about that. Why? Oh, go in front of that asterisk right there. Yeah, hit enter. Why is it mad about that?
Oh, it's mad about that.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
be all right. Just delete that guy, that man.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, I see. It was trying to close it at the end there.
Oh,
Do Command Z real quick.
okay.
Are you on a Mac?
Yeah, I have a two separate keyboards, so
Oh.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Do it one more time. Control Z or whatever. Just bringing that bracket back is what the goal is. There you go.
Okay.
And now go all the way to the right. Like all the way to the right.
Oh.
Yeah. So you see how it tried to end it right there?
Yes.
Yeah, delete that.
Okay.
There you go. Now it should be fine.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. So yeah, go back to your index.html and you have that image now. So refresh your page and it should be, why is it not gone? Comment outline 10 real quick.
What did you say it was? It was Shift Command?
Command and then No shift. Command.
Okay.
Command question mark.
Okay.
Then
Okay.
refresh it again. Page. Go back to your styles real quick. And go over there. Oh, we still have it right there on the top in the body.
Oh, okay, okay.
Comment that guy out too. There we go.
Okay.
So now if we go to HTML real quick and we give so uncomment that image, same keys.
Okay.
All right. So give it width of auto or something like that. Yeah, and inside there, you were right.
Okay.
Well, go back up on the same line as the image. It'll go in, yeah, inside. There you go. And then equals quotes auto. End quote. And then close, you need your closing bracket for your image. There you go, perfect. Scroll up to the top of your page. There you go.
Oh.
So, Derek, I think you're better at design than me or Jonas. How would you change? Because you want it to be background, but you want to be able to change the opacity. Let's see.
I always gotta remember from dealing with Tailwind so much.
Oh yeah. Makes you forget your roots. Linear gray. Yeah, it looks like if you use it as a background image, pretty much opacity is out.
Okay. Okay.
So we can work around it though. So undo everything we just did.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Just Command Z should
Okay.
do it for you a bunch of times. You could probably just actually delete that line because we know we're not going to need it. And then go back to your CSS and uncomment that guy. And then, yeah, uncomment that. We're going to change it a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, you can just uncomment.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I mean, I was gonna say, yeah, but the common way, I guess, is using pseudo elements if you want like to affect the opacity that way.
Yeah. That's what I'm seeing here. Which seems weird. Yeah. Yeah, just delete that line 10 and then delete the little on line 6, those first two.
Okay.
And you should be good. Not the whole line, just the asterisk and the slash. Okay. Let's just make that a class, a background image. So just throw a dot in front of it. And then we're going to go ahead and get rid of the background image in there, line 7 and 8, delete both those.
Okay.
Actually keep line 8, but delete line 7. And go into our index.html and let's make a div. Yeah, a div right under the body. There you go. And then grab that closing div and take it all the way to the bottom.
Oh, okay.
We're going to surround it. And yeah, just before the ending body tag, put it right there.
Okay.
Okay, and then go back to the beginning div. This, and then give it a class. So inside the div tag. Yep. And then give it a class of background image, background hyphen image. Isn't that what it was?
I think so, yes. Yes.
Okay. So now go back to your styles. And background. Okay, and just put background color pink. Or any of those, doesn't matter. Either.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So it's covering up our image, right?
Right.
Except for the little parts at the end. So we could actually give it can you open it into your main Chrome?
Yes.
And then do your
Ready.
inspect your element. So right click and
Okay.
inspect. Very bottom. There you go. And oh, you're doing it. So you have it in like mobile mode.
Okay.
So go to your bottom left and see the little, so go to the right of that. Yep, click that.
Oh,
And there you go, inspect normal.
okay.
Click the little arrow with the box thing at the top left of your inspect. Down in your inspector.
In my inspector.
Yeah, so this is your inspector, right? This thing with all the tags and stuff. That's your dev.
Yeah.
So yeah, click that
Okay.
guy. And then if you go to like kind of hover over the top left corner, keep going up a little bit more, down a little bit more. Still on your page.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if outside of the red, if that's padding or margin. We can do it easier though. Go back to your inspector and go down to where your div is, right under the image source. Oh, no, you're right. That's the right one. Yep, click on that guy, and then go over to the right where the styles box is,
Okay.
and then scroll down to the where, keep going. Yep, to where this guy is. Okay, so now if you hover over padding. Okay, so you see how on the sides you see that kind of weird looking color for the padding. So if we give it a 0 padding, that's going to go away, so it's going to stretch out further.
Okay.
So if you go, I wonder what the top bit's for. Okay, go up to margin. Just kind of go up a little bit to where it says margin. I wonder if, well, it's not margin. Okay, we'll figure that out in a minute. Okay, so go back to your code. And then inside your background image, do a new line and do padding of 0. Yeah, yep. And just do 0.
Okay.
There you go. Hit your semicolon. You can put spaces in there if you want to make it more legible.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay. So go back to your page.
Okay.
Yeah, you can backspace that if you want to. Well, you want it to be.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
It's jumping around on you.
It's jumping around. Yeah, okay. All right. My page now.
Okay, so it's a little bit wider, right? It's still got a little bit of white there, but we'll worry about that in a second. The point is we're supposed to be able to see through it. So go back to the code. Actually, no, stay here. Sorry. Okay, down in your inspector under styles, you see you have your background image class there.
Okay. All right. Let me see here.
It's on the right. Go all the way to the right. See where it says dot background image?
Yes.
Yep. So that's the class that you're messing with right now. So
Okay.
let's add a new line. So if you click kind of right to where brown is, yeah, just click there.
Okay.
Maybe go to the left a little bit. It's kind of finicky sometimes. Try clicking below where it says background color.
Okay.
There
Oh,
you go.
okay.
Do opacity. There you go. And do like hit tab or enter. There you go. And do 0.5. Okay, so we can see through a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
So slight problem though.
Mm-hmm.
It's doing everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like all your words. So because we surrounded the entire page in it, it's an overlay over the entire page.
Okay.
So what we really need is to only overlay the background image, which is going to be a whole nother thing because of where the background image is. CSS. Yeah, it's maybe one you'll have to fumble through and see if one of those workarounds work.
Okay. Okay. Well, I can fool with that.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, it's gonna be a pain. Yeah. But anyway, we learned some stuff,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Should I stop sharing?
Yeah, all good.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else want to share? We got about 20 minutes left. Nobody? Okay. Let me see. So I put the homework, I made a homework tab at the top of the page. Let me share my screen. Share screen. Okay. Up here at the top of the page, I put a homework tab, so the homework would be in an easier place to find. So week 3 is this is week 2, right? Yep. So this is where your homework will be for that. Still in free code camp. If it's not in free code camp, I'll specify that here. Positioning is pretty long. So just, do as much as you can. This is where, like Jonas was saying, it's gonna start to expand and show you kind of ways to position things and to make things move, based on screen size and stuff like that. So it starts to really kind of open it up. Box model we've kind of used a couple times, but this should help kind of solidify that idea. Other than that, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. So yeah, if nobody else wants to share, then yeah, just take the next 15 minutes knocking it out and we'll be good.
You said the homework week 4 is in there or no?
Week 3.
Oh, week 3. Okay, got it.
Yep.
Box model. Okay, got
Yep, right there.
it. Okay.
Well, apparently y'all have access to this as well. So don't write anything in it. Let's see if I can fix that. Because you'll be like, no homework, yay. I'll be right back.
While Brian is gone, do any of the Mac users want to volunteer for me? I'm going to show you something that's going to make your lives a little bit easier.
I'm not on a Mac, so can't help.
I can.
I
I'm on a
suppose.
Mac. Oh, sorry.
Not all
No,
at
you
once,
got
guys.
it.
Yeah, just go ahead and share your screen. I just want to show you something. I've noticed,
Okay.
Laura, that both you and Elizabeth had the live server extension going, which is nice because you get it side by side, but it's not always like the most accurate. So you've got it in full screen right now. Can you go ahead and close your preview there on the right?
Yes.
Because it's always really nice to be able to like have everything on one screen. So Mac now has built-in window and tile management. Before the latest Mac OS update, you had to install third-party apps to do this. So if you hover to the top of your screen and you see on the left the green box where you can like resize things, a little green dot,
Oh, uh-huh.
click that. And then click over it again, like hover over it again really quick.
Okay.
And there you can see, you can select any of those to kind of
Oh,
resize. So
okay.
you could do this on the left and then your browser on the right. And it just makes it a little bit easier for you to manage and navigate.
That's nice. Okay.
And I want to say that there are hotkeys for this, but that's just
Okay.
one way of making your life a little bit easier. Another thing you can do too, say if you want to keep full screen and you just prefer it that way,
Uh-huh.
like just click on that again,
Okay.
or just maximize it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'd say like you want to get back to your browser really fast. Instead of like having to like click and find it, if you do Command Tab and hold it down, it's going to show you all the latest apps that you have open.
Okay. Okay. It's
And
showing
then
my
from
off
there,
screen, but okay.
yeah. And you can just use your side arrows to navigate through it. So that's just kind of one way to help you work faster.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Of course. Just wanted to point that out because I noticed a lot of y'all like to do the same thing. It's just a way to make your lives a little bit easier.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course. What you'll all come to learn is there are lots of things that you can, lots of hotkeys, lots of little shortcuts you can use on your keyboard that'll make your life way easier and will kind of make you like a power user when it comes to like using any type of computer.
Yep, and especially in VS Code. There's some good ones in there as well.
Yeah, if you become a VS Code power user, you're like you can crank out code much faster. It's like kind of wild what you can do in there.
Has anyone ever used anti-gravity?
I've never heard of that. What is that?
It's basically the same as VS Code, but it's built by Google. It came out in like November of last year, and I've been watching some like YouTube videos of people doing different coding things, and I think a lot of people are hopping on it right now.
Oh, yeah, I think that's like their basically like Google's cursor for Gemini.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's what is it? IDE?
Yeah, ID.
It's their IDE.
it's an agent first IDE, meaning that it's mainly supposed to be basically vibe coding with an agent. I had it build a Flappy Bird clone, and it did really well, but I didn't like it. I didn't like how little control I had.
Mm.
So, but yeah, if you're going agent first and stuff, like it's definitely powerful. And it's, it's obviously it's Google, so it's gonna keep growing. But just in case you're wondering, I use Windstorm mainly for work, or not Windstorm, Windsurf, which is just a VS Code clone. And it's not, actually I can just show it to you. It's not really agent first per se. It looks pretty much just like VS Code. And they are, so the Windsurf team actually got like what do they call it? Like hostily taken over or something by, I think by Google or OpenAI. I can't remember. But so there's focus kind of shifted, but it has a very nice IntelliSense. Like I can just say, let me open, getting off in the weeds here, but just open this here. So you just have a page. Just add random. It's, oh, I don't know. Let me say like, oops, make a HTML file. File. So this is a really silly example, but it went ahead and was like, oh, okay, we're going to write out these words or whatever, and you just hit tab. But it'll do that with functions and all sorts of things. You can just put a little comment and say, I need a function to do this thing, and it'll spit one out. Which is nice until it's not. And what I mean by that is, like, when I'm trying to get stuff ready for class and things, it'll try to suggest things to me that I'm like, no, I don't need that. Like, I'm just trying to do a thing. And actually, one of the most annoying things about it to me in VS Code, if I want to write, if I'm writing HTML and I want like an H2 tag, if I do H2 tab, it makes the first and the second, or the opening and the closing for me. Easy peasy, no problem. Doing that in Windsurf does not do that. So if I said H2 tab, it doesn't do it. It just writes H2. So for some reason their autocomplete or whatever, like I have to hit enter instead of tab, which is a weird, different kind of thing. So it's very helpful, which can be, a fault when it gets to stuff, too much. Now, when I'm working in like work stuff, I'll show you that. For example, like if I'm in this project here and I need a function, then I can be like, write a function that, I don't know, multiplies. See, it's already there. Like it's like, oh, I know what you want. Here it is. I'm going to do it. So again, very helpful until you're like, dude, I didn't want all that. So that's a side tangent on that for you.
What's a .ts file?
TypeScript. That's a whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to blow anyone's mind yet, but we'll get there eventually. This is a very, very large program or project. So this is so large that when I build it, it says, hey, this is too large. You shouldn't build things this big. But we do it anyway. So any other questions?
Does it work with Mongo DB?
Does what work? Windsurf?
Windsurf.
Yeah, it's just an IDE like any other.
Do you know of
No.
any IDEs that are on Android?
So Android mostly uses what's it called? I have it.
It would use like Dart. Is it Dart and Flutter or something? I don't know.
Those are mobile.
I know Flutter is iOS.
Flutter is that.
Yeah, and both of those are for mobile development. Android uses I can't even think what it's called right now. So Xcode is for iOS development, and Android is. Do I have it downloaded anymore? Oh my gosh. Oh. Android app. Or not app, but development. Android Studio. Oh my gosh. Right there. Android Studio. So it's an IDE similar it's more similar to like actual Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code, in that it has a lot of stuff in it, a lot of buttons you can click and things to do things. But if you're gonna do mobile app development, I use React Native with Expo, which is it's in like I still use VS Code, but it's just the tools that go beyond it. And then like they were saying, you can like Flutter and Dart are other kind of tools that you can use in your development workflow. But all of it boils down to an IDE at the end of the day. Like you've got to have a place to write your code. So
Well,
like, oh, good.
sorry, I'm teaching myself C#,
Mhm.
and I don't want to use my work laptop for everything.
So I guess I'm confused. So what are you trying to find?
Oh, just an app for Android where I can just write and compile C# or JavaScript or deal. If it can do Mongo, that'd be great because we're going to be using Mongo at work. Yeah. But so far, what I've found isn't quite like VS Code.
Mhm.
So it's not working out great.
So like for C#, I think C# uses it's not Visual Studio. It's still VS Code. It's like there's a different one, a variation of VS Code that is mainly used for C# development.
So Visual Studio is used for C#. Visual Studio Code is not.
Yeah, Visual Studio. That's what it is like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a much more powerful IDE made by Microsoft that uses C programming languages here, C#. Setting it up is like you actually have to set it up. It's not just like opening VS Code. But because of what C# does and how it is, it requires a more robust environment. My first job I had was a C# job, and it was .NET C#. It was the worst thing in the world. So good luck, it's great. But no, yeah, Visual Studio though, that's what you want to be using for that.
But I'm assuming that there's not an Android app that's Visual Studio.
No, oh no, absolutely not. No, sorry, I thought you were talking about building in Android.
No, no, I
Yeah,
don't want to do apps, at least not yet.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, no, yeah, you're not gonna find any apps like mobile apps to really build in. I'm sure there are some things out there, but you're not gonna want to do that. You're gonna need Visual Studio, like on a laptop.
Okay, I'll have to try and find my personal laptop.
Yeah.
I mean, I found a couple of compilers and a couple of IDEs, but like I said, they're not quite good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, Visual Studio is big. Like to download it, I don't know if it says how big it is, but like definitely is not going to run well on a phone, even if there was an app for it. So, yeah, gotta have a system for that one.
Well, I have Visual Studio on my remote desktop for work, but not on the laptop itself.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yep. Gotta go Visual Studio. Or you could just, stick with JavaScript. You're good to go.
I might have to. We're gonna do Next.js for what we're working on too.
Okay. Yeah. You'll get there in module 5.
I will say though, it would be worth learning C#.
It is, and I talk smack on it just because I hate it, but the Oklahoma job market is heavily C# biased. So it is definitely a good skill to have.
Yep, all C# and .NET. That's where the money's at right now. But I think that would be a good time to mention, Rachel, since you're teaching yourself C#, um, I believe there is a C# Slack channel in the Techlahoma Slack,
Yep.
and that usually goes for most programming languages. Like if there's a language that's semi-popular, we'll have a channel dedicated to it. So if y'all are ever curious, like you can check those out. You can hop in any of those and ask questions. There's usually a handful of people that are willing to help you out.
Awesome. I'll have to definitely check it out.
Yeah, and there's a user group as well that meets up. I don't know how often they meet, but I know it exists. So, cool. Well, we are at time. I want to respect everyone's time and not hold you over. I did put the homework up there where I said in the channel. There is the thing going on right now. It's just started. If you want to go to it in the city, I think I put the link for that. Other than that, if do your homework, and if you have any questions, reach out to us, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
Does anybody have experience with Mongo that can help me learn?
I haven't used it myself directly.
That actually used to be a part of this curriculum. It changed a few years ago. The year that I graduated, we learned Mongo, but after that, it had pretty much gone. Like it did not. The industry kind of turned on it,
Yeah.
which happens with like a lot of tools. Like it'll be popular for a couple of years, and then it kind of everyone moves on from it. But you won't find a lot of folks that are still using it, since everyone has kind of made the move to Next.
Yeah, I agree with that because I think the year I went through was the last year that we did Mongo, and ever since then I'll rarely ever see anything that requires Mongo. So in terms of job roles,
We're building a new master schedule app at work, and we're doing so many different things. I'm not sure if we're using Next.js or if we're using Mongo. But I asked my coworker, and he said we were using Mongo, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool, simple database that I don't know how to access.
You might still be able to find some folks who are, because like I've never used it in like real world experience. You might still be able to find some folks that are still using it, but for the most part, Next is kind of, as of right now, it's the industry standard.
Do y'all still have the curriculum for Mongo? Since it was part of the class?
I think it might still be available in an old repository from a few years back. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you. I am sure, and I'm sure you know this too. There's a lot of free resources available online in like the software developer community. Most developers champion like what you'll often hear. It's like open source projects and things like that, and just making most code bases open source and whatnot. That's a long-winded way of me saying this is a community that's very much composed of people who are willing to share knowledge for free. So there's probably definitely several online resources you could refer to also, but I'll see if I can find some of those old repositories, see if they're still around. I think that they should be. And if I do, I'll send them to you.
Thank you. That would be really helpful.
yeah, and at the very least, I would recommend going to Mongo's website because they'll have some like getting started resources that will like at least get you pointed in the right direction. They usually, I'd have to double check, but a lot of tech now usually have their own instructional material. So you might want to just check Mongo website, and they'll probably point you in the right direction.
Awesome.
Oh.
I've already started looking at what Mongo has to offer because I'm like, what do I even do? So I think I bookmarked just like command line stuff. But I mean, I only started messing with it like 2-3 days ago. So
If anything, I would just try to talk your coworkers or whoever it may be. Like, we should probably use Next.
They've already made the decision to use whatever it is we're using, and I don't even know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we're using. They made that decision without me because I'm not technically a developer.
Well, good luck. I'm looking now, and if I can find it, I'll send it over to you, Rachel.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course. I'll see y'all later.
Bye, guys.
Have a good one.
Later.